All right. Sound is on. Let's get the YouTube chat up. First indeed. I cannot deny you your first title. All right. Mr. Mardu, what's up? Yezu, I can't say for the live recording, but I'll be back for the YouTube recording. Well, that's all I can ask for. Yeah, somebody in the Discord was asking a question about Zoo, and I was like, oh, I haven't played Zoo in a while. And apparently somebody just came in 5th in this showcase challenge with Zoo. Like, all right, good as time as ever, right? Pretty sure I just saved this, but... Alright, so let's get Moxfield updated. Domain Zoo. Hurricane, it's a tropical storm. It's a tropical storm right now. It's supposed to evolve to a category 1 or 2 hurricane sometime between now and like Thursday. So there's really no telling. I'm just along for the ride, whether physically or metaphorically. Update the Stream Decker overlay. Very interested to see how the main deck Bone Crushers go. I'm itching for an excuse to cut Nicotl. Yeah, like, personally, I don't think either Ragavan or Nicotl are particularly good right now. But they cut all the Nicotls and trimmed on the Neshoba Brawlers. Like a lot of the stuff that dies to Galvanic Discharge. So I guess if you've got to keep something cheap, at least Ragavan has like the most potential of being a bit of a runaway card. So I can get that to an extent. Cat 1 or 2 hurricanes, child's play, let's be real. I agree. I am not arguing in the slightest. But unfortunately, the power does not necessarily care if it's child's play or not. There's a chance it'll just get knocked out and there's nothing I can do. So we'll just see how it goes. Seems like Monkey's back on the menu. Much love for this. Well, we'll see. If I run into a bunch of energy, like I am kind of geared in the board for energy. But hopefully we just get to dodge a bunch of that and Monkey looks great. But I've also never played with a Leyline build of Zoo yet. So this is my first league ever playing with a Leyline build of Zoo and I'm kind of excited for it. See how terrible my luck is. Mr. Marty, appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully the league goes well and the YouTube recording looks nice later. Okay. So let's go ahead and fire up the YouTube recording. We'll go through the deck list and then go ahead and hop into the first league. I was smart. I planned ahead today and I actually got all of the arts changed over ahead of time. I've got like Hollow One updated, put together a Hollow One Shadow build that's got all the arts and everything updated. So hopefully we're okay. Oh, I told you that I somehow have 2 frogs. I mean, did you buy 2 frogs? Is that how you somehow have them? Like, somehow 2 frogs ended up in my TCG player shopping cart, and somehow I clicked purchase, and somehow they showed up on my doorstep, and somehow they got sleeved up and put into my deck. Ever tried Paw Patch Recruit? I have not. So I played a bunch of Zoo before Leyline of the Guild Pact and MH3 came out. This is my first Zoo League since MH3. So I haven't played Paw Patch Recruit. I haven't played Leyline with Scion. I haven't played Flage. A whole bunch of interesting stuff. So I'm kind of excited to see how it feels. And the fact that there's a list that, like I said, came in 5th in the showcase challenge is very reassuring. So, without further ado, let's hop on over to the YouTube recording. So, what's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch chat? Hope everybody's having an awesome afternoon. Playing through some Zoo, Domain Zoo for the first league today. A deck that we have played a reasonable bit on the channel before, but not recently. The main deck is mostly inspired by a player, Spellman, like Jay Spellman. Let me go check it out before I say the wrong thing. Jay Pellman, who plays 5th place in the Modern Showcase Challenge, or Modern Showcase Qualifier, whatever, this past Saturday. Some of the notable inclusions from their list: 3 copies of Ragavan instead of the full 4, 1 Neshoba Brawler, 2 Flage, 2 Bone Crusher Giant. So interested to see how those fight against cards like the One Ring. In the sideboard, I did change up a few pieces here. They had a really spicy sideboard. 2 copies of Leyline of Punishment. Players can't gain life. Damage can't be prevented. Brotherhood's End, Anger of the Gods, some of the exile-based effects for small creature decks. Containment Priest. I kind of cut some of the one-ofs and went a little more consistency-based. So, Pyroclasm instead of the Anger of the Gods and Brotherhood's End. Up to 4 Consigned to Memories, because I don't think Tron is kind of rough. Cut the Leyline of Punishments for some Sun Cleansers. I was just kind of like mixing and matching from a few different sideboards that I kind of liked some parts for. So that's what I'm rocking with. Otherwise, yeah, I have not played a league since, what is this, Murders of Karlov Manor. So I have not played Zoo with Leyline of the Guild Pact recently, but I am interested to see how this card fares against decks like Mardu and Boros Energy. Like, if you can find Leyline into Scion, does that just run away with the game, or do you actually have to try? I have not tried Zoo with Flage. I have not played a Flage deck in general, so have I? No, I haven't played a Flage deck. So first Flage deck, first Leyline of the Guild Pact deck. We'll see what happens. I'm excited. Am I going to be in DC? I do not believe I'm going to be in DC. I think I'm kind of hanging out for like Portland in February, or Charlotte in March. Where do you go find these lists? These are all on MTG Goldfish. Kind of the place to go, or one of the places to go for deck lists. You can go check out like specific events that have happened, see how this deck performed in that event. So, really nice little hub for all things deck list related. MTG Goatfish indeed. It really is. Like, it's kind of the funny standard. So, for so many years, when you'd play through leagues, the goal was always to get published on Goldfish, to have them post your 5.0 deck list, because for a while they didn't post every list. You'd be like, if 5 people posted 5.0 results with Rakdos Shadow, they'd only pick one of them to put up there. So it was like, oh, I got posted on Goldfish. Like, it's a good day. It's a good league. You get like that notoriety and little affirmation. Can you imagine a situation where you think, geez, I sure am lucky to have top decked this Singleton to Shoba I put into my deck for this specific reason? Yeah, I think like Calamity said, it's basically just the 5th Kavu. Alright, so Sacred Foundry. We do not have the Sultai Triome. We've got the Grixis Triome. So if I keep this, turn 2, I've got 4 land types potentially. Because I can get the Grixis Triome into Sacred Foundry. But I can't get Scion out without one more land type or another land. So the fact that I have to hit a 5th land to be able to even cast my Scion makes me kind of hate this card, or hate this hand. Much better. I think I'm going to keep the mountain so that I can get, double check my shock lands before I say anything stupid. Mountain Portico would be blue, black. I do not have a Watery Grave. Mountain Temple Garden. Just Xander's Lounge Temple Garden. I guess I could throw back the mountain if I want to. Yeah. Yeah, the lands are tapped, so you do have to be very, very careful about what you want to fetch up in the early turns. Otherwise, it would be super easy to just snap keep like every 2 land hand. But I might go like Portico into Steam Vents. I could also go Xander's Lounge into Temple Garden. I could go Steam Vents into Temple Garden. So if they play something I need to interact with, I can stub. And then still untap and play Kavu on 2 off a Temple Garden. Looks like Hollow One. Crack open a nice cold Dr. Pepper. I flip over Delirium. Okay. Holy smokes, I'm a Dr. Pepper drinker. Everybody should be a Dr. Pepper drinker. It's the best Coke option for a reason. Feel like we could have won on the spot if you were a turn earlier. So Grixis leaves me Temple Garden to get all my colors online. Now, what am I going with? Kavu's like the more impactful play here. They could have Fatal Push. Yeah, I think I'm getting Kavu down. I can start like hitting stuff out of their yard potentially. What's a Dr. Pepper? That is a Dr. Pepper. It's just a soft drink. Dr. Pepper is like vanilla flavored Pepsi. There's 23 flavors in Dr. Pepper, hence the name. All right. Opponent not casting anything is interesting there. So this might mean like they want a Bowmaster into like a draw spell. I think we're going to attack and go to exile the... Am I going to exile the Phoenix? Could exile the Phoenix. I could discard the ley line and draw. I would really like to find another land. So maybe I am just discarding the ley line, and if they want to go for like a Bowmaster, I can Bowmaster their Bowmaster. Yeah. 5-color zoo, I hardly knew her. I'm not like overly scared of the bird. Not like a super nice bird, but... Boo. Like, if they go for the bird, they have to take themselves off of Delirium. They do have the Burning Inquiry. Why they're going for kill the Bowmaster. If they got nothing else, this is like, yeah, this is God tier for me. Just do that. All right, so we are going to exile the Phoenix. Exile the Phoenix. I don't need to play. Am I playing the Scion? I could just go like Blood Crypt, Scion, pass, which means I missed out on 1 point of life gain off the army token. But I think that's kind of fine. I don't drink soda anymore, but Dr. Pepper easily top 3. High quality root beer, Dr. Pepper, and Mountain Dew from the can only. They're all very, very solid options. All right, let's go ahead and kill this. I had to quit soda because I was drinking over 3 Dr. Peppers a game. Very, very fair take. Definitely something you can overkill on. Kavu is pushed. So we hit them down to 3, which is a very convenient number when you've got a copy of Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury in your hand. Oop. Yay. I don't even drink for energy. I just love the taste. That's how I feel with like Red Bull and Monster Energy. Like I just want to drink them to taste the Red Bull. I don't even care about the caffeine part of it. So, Wear and Tear could take out a Phoenix. It could take out a Hollow one. It's not bad. What else do they have? How do you feel bowling shadow decks? Well, they're not a shadow deck, so I don't feel as bad. At least I assume they're not on shadow. I've been wrong before. Surgical Stub. Maybe Wear and Tear. Bone Crusher doesn't really kill anything. They're not a ring deck. Ragavan pretty bad into the opposing Bowmaster Nethergoyf Darcy deck. Land a little awkward. I think I'm going to ship this. It's another one of those hands that, like, my best draw is just more lands. And even if I hit the lands... I guess if I hit a fetch for Temple Garden and I get to go, like, turn 2 Scion, turn 3 Tribal Flames, kill something, plus Stub. It's not a bad spot to be in, but... I think I can just do better. Nope. All right. Can't really afford to keep going down. Arid Mesa. Probably gets... Don't think I want to get Sacred Foundry. Probably just like Temple Garden. Throw back a Bowmaster. But Bowmaster's so good in the matchup. Would like to offer a keck for these openers. Yeah, mana's been kind of sketchy. I also just like don't want Arena of Glory in my opener, and I feel like I get these a lot. Okay. Functional mana base incoming. So depending on what they do, like if they play out double Hollow One here or something, I can get Portico and then fetch up a tapped Xander's Lounge and have access to Leyline Binding. Why is that in your deck? There's the hollow one. How dare I not have Leyline Scion both these games? I mean, I'm out here trying to. Alright, let's go get a Temple Garden. Play out Kavu, because if they don't have any interaction, it's just like bigger than everything they've got. And maybe we can figure out, we can do like Scion plus Binding next turn. They just got the push. Okay. Game over. 16% chance to have Leyline Scion every opener. So just unlucky. Need a better deck choice. They put Trespasser in your deck for the same reason yours has a Miser and a Shova. They put Trespasser in the deck, so when they Burning Inquiry, they have another card that they don't mind discarding. Holy. Mind blown. What a good reason. Alright. Leyline Scion. Leyline Scion. Leyline Scion. We can keep and get a Portico. Is that our only Surveil land? Is one Portico? Yeah. Like... am I just supposed to keep a hand that's got the ley line and the off chance that we find the Scion? It's the nuts? I don't know if I'd say this is the nuts as much as this has a ley line and I can get my basic lands. Parker, what's up? Okay, so hear me out. I'm listening. They will inquiry me into a Scion. Fingers are crossed. Dogfish would keep this. Well, to be fair, Dogfish, you'd keep just about anything. So you got to have this conversation about, like, what are the odds? Okay. So I'm going to get the Portico. Mainly because I don't want them to, like, draw me into it and make me discard it. It also gives me a little bit more information about what I could draw into. I don't think I want a stub. We believe. We believe. We believe. You are surgical extracting my flooded strands. Okay. You've got it. Kind of a strange choice. Got like Stubborn Denial and Tribal Flames right there, and it's like, nope. Flooded Strands. They just want to look. Well, if they want to look, see, like, get a look-see exiling something that matters, right? There is a higher power. You see Dak Faden's Grixis Shadow list? I did. By did, I mean like I glanced over it. I wouldn't say I gave some deep dive and... Okay. Didn't realize we were against the greatest Hollow One player in existence. That's what I'm going to say to anybody that like actually sees their Hollow Ones. So we can get them back by hitting their Phoenixes. What do I think of this Flage versus Bolt plan? Like, I can surgical the Phoenixes. I could double bolt the Hollow One and surgical them. I think I like surgicaling the Phoenixes better. Take care of the evasion. I could just Flage here, shoot him in the face for 3, and hope to hit a land next turn to get Flage back. Because I can surgical for free to get the 5th card in the yard. Alright. I think I'm just gonna double bolt the Hollow One. We got a Burning Inquiry and a Goblin Lore in hand. So... Burning Inquiry, Goblin Lore. We'll pass turn, see if they go for like the Goblin Lore. Dak Faden's a madman. See, he's running Drown in the Lock in the Flage, Frog, Murktide meta, which seems so odd. I did see that. There were a couple card choices that, like, I wasn't hugely a fan of. But, like, Dak Faden gonna do what Dak Faden gonna do. You also have to understand that, like... Oh, come on. Hit me the land. Hit me the land. 3 Hollow One. 3 Hollow One. It's kind of okay. Like, we get to kill this one. They've got Nethergoyf and a Goblin Lore in hand. I legit get a mountain for moon reasons. I would legit get a Bowmaster for Bowmaster reasons. Draw them cards. Boop. 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 Dude, stop it. Stop with the Hollow Ones. Not asking for much. Just stop having them, please. Right, nope. Where cast? Be thankful they didn't drop 4 hollow ones on turn 2. I mean, opponent, don't be like that. Land. Chat drama. Minor amounts. Non-zero. The point, I promise you they're not sending me happy vibes in chat. We'll see how the game ends. I'm just gonna let the cards be cast. Maybe their best top deck. Just remember it. Just remember it. All right. If you can't read it, it says, can you draw better? Of course you can. I just want to point out the quad hollow one, double nethergoy, Phoenix, top deck graveyard trespasser. Like, this is a two-way street. Can you draw better? I can try. I'll do my best. All right. We get to do the thing. And like, honestly, that's all I've ever wanted out of life was to do the thing. Our 14%er literally can't draw better. And it's Tron. We're gonna get to do the thing into Tron. All right. Am I just playing Kavu because I can loot? I do run 3 main deck stubs. Yeah, Kavu can help loot into stub or something. I'm not playing Scion pre-combat because if I find a stub, I wouldn't be able to play Scion and hold up stub with the Portico. So I want to wait and see what I draw before I play the Kavu. Like, the extra life I gain off Scion doesn't matter in this matchup. Yeah, I can't stop anything they do anyway, so... Oh no, ley line of the what? About a ley line of the Tron land player. There's no point in bluffing the stub, because, like, if they've got something that they can play, they have to just play it. Like, they can't afford to not play their stuff. Also, look at that super punish for having Leyline in the deck. Normally, all his dust wouldn't hit Scion. I'm so used to seeing, like, Eldrazi Tron. It's super weird to see actual Tron. What is... Devourer says exile target permanent that's one or more colors. So if I devour the ring, they just get back the ring, but they can't devour my Scion. Just funny. Haven't seen it in a while. Today I faced 3 Tron in a row. Someone must have won with it. It's Tron. Tron players like ebb and flow like the tide. They'll disappear for a few months. They'll adjust a little bit, and then they'll just like come back in full force. Like, Urza's Tower, You can't take my Karn Liberateds from me. Got second in the SCG Con 10K. Tron did? I'm not doubting it, but I feel like I've heard like 8 different decks that got the top 2 at that event. Maybe they just had so many events going on, but I feel like half of what I've heard has just been like, oh, it was this matchup in top 2. No, it was this matchup. Oh, it was this matchup. I'm like, go get a Beseiju. Okay. MTGO client sucks. It keeps crashing on me. Apparently, a lot of people have been having issues the last couple days. I don't know what because of, but... Alright. Definitely stub and consign. Maybe wear and tear. Wear and tear is more likely. Surgical. I'd be more interested in if I had ways of blowing up Tron lands. But because I don't, I'm a little less interested in that one. I don't think Flage is where I want to be. We were all 4-1-1 from second to... I mean, I've tied for second place in RCQ in the past with 8 other guys. I got 9th place, obviously. We were all tied 4-1-1. That's gross. That's gross. How good is Leyline of the Guild Pact in this matchup? Like, do I even want this? I almost want to just keep in Bolt and go, like, the aggro-ish plan. Maybe I keep, like, one in or something, but it doesn't look that good here. Yeah. I don't know. I'll also, like, Zoo used to be favored against Tron because you could play out, like, any of your 1 or 2 drops. You had stubs. You had ways to stay alive. Now with a lot of, like, the cast triggers and stuff, I'm a lot more worried. Like, I don't think Zoo can beat, like, Myco Spawn. Just double kick Myco Spawn. If I get Steam Vents to stub or consign something on turn 1, then I lose out on Bowmaster and Scion. If I get the Grixis Triome, I can wear a map. I still have to hit a 3rd land to be able to, like, Scion plus hold up stub or consign. I'm gonna keep it. It's not a great hand, but if it lets me turn 3 Scion plus hold up interaction, then that's a little bit better for me. Turn 1 Rag is good, no argument, but I don't want to, like, mulligan a hand that's got the stuff that I want just to try to go for the Rag. Like, if I find a 3rd land here and they don't have Tron, it would have been great. Just we can, like, pass to their turn with Consign. No Tron. No Tron. Technically. So that probably means Kozilek's command. I think I'm just going to hold up here. If I get, like, absolutely run over, if I play out Ragavan, they play something here that I need to interact with, I counter it, and then they untap and play another thing. Khan, the great creator. Khan, the great, go to the graveyard. Fetch land. Not a fetch land. I think I'm gonna bend that. As much as I love Neshoba Brawler. Tron is indeed whack. Want to take bets on whether they got another Kozilek's command? Okay. Really good draw there. Command is broken. Ivugan are broken. Well, Ivugan's banned, so yeah, I'd probably call that one pretty broken. Like, hey, this card that's not legal in the format is pretty broken. Yeah, checks out. Oop. All right, so let's dash a Ravioli. Cast a Scion, or cast a Kavu, this thing. And go. One ring, one ring, one ring, one ring, one ring. Ha 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 ha. All right, game three. Game three, game three, game three. On the draw. Leyline probably, like Leyline of the Guild Pack, probably a lot more important on the draw, since it does let you Leyline Binding on turn 1. So you can hit map. So what if I bring the bindings back in for Wear and Tear, Flage, and a Bolt? Or Bowmaster. Maybe I just want to take out Bowmaster. Like, I've got this lukewarm take that I think Bowmaster is just not good against the ring anymore. I think when the ring first came out and it was like the up the beanstalk decks with the one ring, then I think Bowmaster was pretty good in that matchup. Like Teferi, up the beanstalk, blah, 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 blah. I think all of the ring decks nowadays are just like so geared to be able to deal with Bowmaster that it's just not great anymore. Like, Tron's got cast triggers to deal with it. They've got Kozilek's commands to deal with it. So, like, even the uninteractive deck has a bunch of ways of fighting through Bowmaster with their one ring. Plus, some decks take the extra pings and don't care. Right. Like, they just kind of say, ah, yeah, whatever. You got me. Actually, I do think I'm going to keep in the Wear and Tears over the Bowmasters. Strictly because we saw the Talismans game 1. So it just gives me like a little extra interaction for some stuff like that. Or maybe an Ensnaring Bridge or something. Hey, look, an unkeepable hand. Plus, some decks just take the extra pings and don't care. True. Especially now with, like, the Jeskai decks and things being Flage decks. They don't give a shit. Oh, you pinged me for 3? Cool. Flage, kill your Bowmaster, gain it back. Let's do this again. Don't need two of you. We don't need you. We do want you. Opponent passes the turn. In a move of weakness I never thought possible. You imagine passing the turn? Couldn't be me. Okay. So now we have to do thinking. Do we believe that our opponent, who is clearly a doo-doo head for playing Tron, has got natural Tron plus payoff, or at the worst, Labyrinth plus 4-drop like the ring? Or do we hold up double interaction, or single interaction, I guess? Yeah, we're just going to hold up single interaction. The opponent's still going to be a duty head and have Tron. Or the Labyrinth and the 4-drop. After playing the Basim deck, I think it's a worse Murktide or Wizards deck. I had hopes for it. That's pretty well how I've been assessing it. I think the deck's got like some cool parts to it, but I don't think I would go as far as saying like it's good. I think Spike plays it well, and that makes it look a lot better than it is. Sounds crazy, but I think Commandeer is great in this meta of rings everywhere. How do we exploit it, though? You would have to have, like, super hella blue cards in your deck. They got Tron. Why don't we haste? We could, but I kind of want this land available in case I find another 2-drop. Because I might want to hold up, like, 2-drop plus... plus double interaction if they don't do anything crazy. So, option number 1 is counter the Karn. Option number 2 is let the Karn resolve, counter what they get. My fear is that they've got Karn plus the 1 ring. So if I counter the Karn and they just play a 1 ring, game's kind of over. But they passed on turn 3 when they had 4 mana, but they could have just had like a 4-drop they didn't want to get stubbed, because we saw they Kozilek's commanded for 1 instead of 2. So they're clearly playing around soft stub. I think I let this go and counter what they get. I think this new deck needs some Death Shadows and Nethergoyfs to be good. Then you gotta add like Thought Seizes and Baubles, and at that point it's no longer Zoo. It does sound like a more fun deck, but it's not Zoo. You can just say, oh, I think Rakdos Shadow is better than this, or I think Dimir Shadow is better. Opponent casts a Trinisphere. Not bad. It is kind of funny because I mentioned wanting to play a 2-drop and hold up interaction. This does let me like play a 2-drop and hold up replicated consign. So it kind of fits the bill. What do you think about the Dak Fade and Shadowed list in the Discord? And we can look over the list. I checked it out a couple times earlier. Like, there's some stuff that I like. There's some stuff I don't like. There's some stuff that screams Dak Faden. So you got to take it all with like a little grain of salt. All right, doing the same thing as last time, just like trying to make them commit more mana into something. I think this deck needs more taxes cards. I think otherwise. I think taxes needs less taxes cards. Alright, well, let's bring up the Dak Faden list and we can kind of mention it. When it is revealing a card they own from outside of the game. So one of the things I really don't like about this list is all of these 2-ofs, and this is like Dak Faden to a T. 2 Lightning Bolt, 2 Unholy Heat, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Drown in the Loch, 2 Phoenix. In the board, 2 more Pierce, 2 Molten Collapse. Like, to me, it really says, here's a bunch of cards that like I want to play in some amount. I don't really have a reason for most of them. Just, what did they get off Karn? Opponent got a 1 ring. So I need to find an answer to a 1 ring. Stub, Leyline Binding. Karn, attack you. Exile. So, funny little interaction here. I want to exile something. I do not want to exile the Trinisphere specifically, because if they play another Karn, they could potentially get it back from exile. Where if I leave it in the graveyard, they got to find a way to exile it to be able to get it back. Really minor. Probably isn't going to end up mattering, but just good to know. Would Gaddock be a good sideboard? Gaddock Teague? Possibly. I don't hate Gaddock Teague. Get our Portico, Surveil. Would give me lethal with a 1 ring trigger. Could also haste it up with arena. I feel like I just need to find another consign or something. If that was actual lethal, I'd consider it a lot more. Don't need to haste anything up right now with the ring protection. So you get no cards. Stops Ring, Karn, all is dust. Let's read Gadok Teague. I'm pretty sure it's like non-creature spells 4 or greater and anything with X, right? Non-creature spells with converted mana cost 4 or greater can't be cast. Non-creature spells with X in their mana cost can't be cast. So what does it not stop? It doesn't stop Myco Spawn, Devourer, Emrakul, any of that stuff. Stops Through the Breach, if that matters. Doesn't stop World Breaker, stops Karn, K Command, all is dust. 1 ring. Yeah. I mean, it's probably fine. You just kind of have to accept that if you're playing a card like that, it's literally just for Tron. Like, it is not good against anything else. Alright, what do we hit? Two, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they can just cast Ulamog next turn. That's a little unfortunate. I could Tribal Flames the Devourer, attack with both, ditch the stub, draw a card. That would mean if they block, I hit through for 9. No, I hit through for 8. Put them to 7. Ulamog's going to come down and probably exile both of my threats. That seems like it's not winning. I could attack with both. Kavu, discard the stub, try to find another Tribal Flames. So that I could potentially, like, hit them with Scion for 11, or for down to 11, double Tribal Flames down to 1. And then any Bolt or Tribal Flames is lethal from there, and I've got, like, 2 turns to find it. That's probably my best plan, because, like, this stub's not doing anything. If I Tribal Flames the Devourer and attack in, then I'm losing out on 1 point. to keep my Kavu alive just to have Ulamog exile it anyway. Those sneaky Karns really fuck me up. Karn usually does fuck you up pretty bad, unfortunately. So let's go Tribal Flames, face. Hold on to the Neshoba Brawler. I can haste it up next turn. But like, it was the mana that they had when they cast the Karns is what really messed me up. Because, like, I don't lose to the Karn if it resolves. I don't lose to what they get off the Karn. But if I counter the Karn and they have a ring, I lose to the ring, like, guaranteed. So the fact that they had the Karns plus 4 mana exactly available really wrecked everything. They had everything. Well, I mean, they did top deck natural Tron. That certainly doesn't help. What's the leyline called in this deck? Which one? Leyline Binding or Leyline of the Guild Pact? Or Leyline of the Please Don't Play Against Tron? Yeah, I don't know if you saw game 1, but we lost game 1 because we got our Scion to Draco all is dusted because Leyline of the Guild Pact makes it every color. Which is a really funny interaction. Making sure it wasn't your lands too. No, thankfully not. Lands are just every type, but they're not every color. Oh no. Friendly fire. Friendly fire. I mean, we're keeping it, right? Perfect mana. We've got the ley line into turn 1 Plains Ragavan. What can possibly go wrong? Last time I played Seth, he was playing a blue-white control deck with Orum's Chant and Isochron Scepter. So my expectations are pretty high. It was like Isochron Scepter, Karn, the Great Creator, to go get your Isochron Scepter, and then the rest of the deck was just like blue-white control. Plains into Ragavan, just as Richard Garfield intended. Don't kill my Ragavan. No. Seth. Seth, why do you hate fun? What did I ever do to you? So we could have just like attacked with Ragavan, held up Stub, and then played Scion second main. But this seemed more fun, right? Scion Leyline seems insane against Mountain Bolt. It really does. Also, I found this like little hole-in-the-wall local grocery store. Walmart. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's kind of a little mom and pop place around the South. No, it wasn't actually Walmart, but I found this little like side of the road grocery store that had these homemade Rice Krispie bites that they cut up and put in these little plastic containers. It's like $2 for this whole thing of them. Probably the equivalent of, I don't know, 3 or 4 Rice Krispie treats. They're so good. Oh, don't you Phoenix it. Don't you Phoenix it. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. Got to nuke your old graveyard for a Phoenixed up Nethergoyf. Something like that would be 15 in Colorado. That's how it was in Seattle. Seattle had like a sweetened with sugar tax, and it always drove me insane because it'd be like, oh, here you go. You can get this thing for like $12 more than it should be because it's got sugar. I would like to stubborn denial your detective's Phoenix, please. Off of my basic planes. Should have seen that coming. Oh, look, a blue source. Could haste up our lightning bolt. Pretty dope. Alright, so hollow one. I can tell because they cast a hollow one. Kinda gives it away if you really pay attention to the fine details. Genius observation. It takes years of dedication to the format to come up with those sorts of minute details and how they impact the game. Like being able to recognize, oh, my opponent can make 7 mana because they played an Urza's Tower, an Urza's Mine, and an Urza's Power Plant, and I don't have an Alpine Moon or a Blood Moon or a Harbinger of the Seas out or a Damping Sphere. Like, some people won't believe that, but years of mastery of the format have led me to these conclusions. These certain inescapable truths. A turn 1 basic plains can both cast a Ragavan and a stubborn denial. You might not believe me, but this is what the peak athletic mana base looks like. If I was like really good at making TikTok shorts. This deck would be just a meme pile of TikTok shorts. Just like a video of casting a Ragavan, show your planes, tap, Ragavan, go on the stack. Show your planes, tap, Stubborn Denial, go on the stack. Hit him with one of those like Kuzco record scratches. Like, you may be wondering how I got here. And then... You can make those for me. It seems so complicated to make that stuff. Like, I'm always impressed when people are creative. I'm not. Don't give IDEIS to them TikTokers. That was the most southern thing I've heard today, and I live in the South. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold it up. I only have two ley lines. That's Portuguese. Is it Portuguese? IDIS. That's Portuguese. Let me Google this. Ideas in Portuguese. Oh my God, it actually is.
Ideias.
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 Shows what I know about Portuguese. Fair enough. I apologize for doubting you. I would love to have a Bowmaster down right now. Don't do it. In Portuguese for a while. You can say I've been practicing for this moment all my life. Now, I'm assuming they don't have a hollow one because of like the Street Wraith cycles. So I think if you have hollow one, you kind of want to save that Street Wraith for next turn in case you find more. Get our Surveil land. Maybe find a Scion IDK. This is where they just plat 4 hollow ones. Usually, this is where they play 4 hollow ones and then salt off on me for drawing like a god. Right. I've got video evidence of that one. Hit me with your best goblin lore. Why don't you hit me with your best goblin lore? Hit me with your best goblin lore. Draw 4. Or Bowmaster into Burning Inquiry. I would love that so much. Maybe. Maybe. We'll bowmaster into Burning Inquiry. Never see it coming. Like, look at me. I've got a portico and a basic plains. I can't interact with anything. I don't have Stubborn Denial available. Do it, please. For the content. For the content. Can't imagine they have any, like, instant speed. Draw 7s. Alright, I need, like, a ley line binding off the top. There's a phoenix in the yard. Brain Crash, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and watching me draw more arid mesas. Alright, reasonable chance we take a big chunk of damage off a Detective's Phoenix on something. But maybe they started all with a Burning Inquiry on or Goblin Lore. Surgical on our Arid Mesa would be devastating. Would it be? Like, I don't really need the 2 in my hand. I'd give them up for, I don't know, a bunch of Scions. One, two, three. I got Street Wraith, never mind. Didn't even notice the Street Wraith because of the lack of mana value in the top right corner. Hold, brothers, hold. Please don't have a Bowmaster. Please don't have a Bowmaster. Please don't have a Bowmaster. Go. Okay. Okay. Not a Bowmaster. Bruh. Gonna discard double tribal flames in a Scion. It's okay. We can recoup. We can recoup. Burning Inquiry hacks. I'm telling you. RNGesus take the wheel. So I can blow up the Phoenix. And then I don't have much of a plan after that, but it's like that South Park episode, just like step 1. It's the gnomes, like step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, and just like look around at each other. Step 3, profit. All right, what do we got? They do have another Phoenix. And a hollow one in the yard. And... oh, they have a Nethergoyf, actually. So they can just get back Nethergoyf and then... Phoenix. When they enter combat, I've got to tear the Phoenix on the Nethergoyf. Or they're not going to go for it. Are they going to Phoenix a Bowmaster? Or like an army token? Okay, so top deck Scion is like my only potential out, right? Because then I get to haste up the Scion, attack, gain 6, and then have a Scion and an army token back, and then they got to attack in, and I get to block or trade with handler. So they begin combat. Or no, I have to wait for them to attack. Do I actually have a hurricane warning? Yeah, we've had hurricane warning like all day. Let me double check that. Maybe it's been downgraded. Could have been a watch. No. Tropical storm warning. This was 6 hours ago. Oh yeah, it goes to, I'm blowing up the Phoenix. What am I doing? I was thinking I was blowing up the creature and I needed them to attack to take the Phoenix out of combat. That's on me. Weather forecast. So, this is the weather forecast. I'm like right here. This tiny little spot here where we got this big thing, like, you know, kind of moving our direction. I guess we are just a tropical storm warning at the moment. Storm surge warning, locations affected, that's me. Threat to life and property that includes typical forecast uncertainty, track, blah, 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 blah. Potential impacts. Damages to junk. Situation favorable for tornadoes. Flood warnings, blah, 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 blah. You know, fun stuff. Reveal my Giganta. I'm on the coast these days. I'm kind of back and forth. I can't keep, or I can't throw back a double Scion hand with double Bowmaster, right? Even though it doesn't have a ley line. It's like turn 2 Scion, turn 3 Scion, or turn 2 Bowmaster Channeler or something. Have binding. Bowmaster is pretty decent against them. Didn't we play Storm with Hurricane in the sideboard? Don't think I've ever cast a Hurricane. So we'll go fetch up our Xander's Lounge just in case. No! No! Land. Land in the name of all things just and holy. Why do we have this card in our deck? Game over, scoop it up. Pretty close. Oh, he also ditched a Phoenix. So had the turn 1 Inquiry, had the Burning Inquiry, had the Phoenix, had the Hollow one. We're not like completely out of it. If I can get a Scion down and then maybe binding the Hollow one. That insult to injury will be featured in the Saffron video. Well, I was featured in one before, and we won with Shadow against Dramatic, or not Dramatic Scepter, Isochron Scepter, Orum's Chant. So I'm no stranger to being on a Saffron Olive video. I think this is the third time I've played against Seth. The first time he was on the rack with some creature that was like sack it on your upkeep and your opponent discards 2-hand or something. And so they'd sack it on their upkeep and use an Undying effect to get it back. Then the second time was blue-white control with Isochron Scepter and Orum's Chant. And then this time. So I'm currently 2-1 against Seth. We didn't fetch, we would have hit the second lane. If I hadn't have fetched, I would have drawn and discarded the Xander's Lounge and then never been able to cast anything on turn 2 anyway. I guarantee you. I just have 2 Scions stuck in hand forever. Isochron Scepter is dramatic, though. I mean, Isochron Scepter do be, like, getting a little emotional about things. Also, Zeriak, congratulations on making the content creator program. There's no untapped Black Source. There's a Blood Crypt in here. One singular Blood Crypt. I might just throw him back the Bone Crusher. Yeah. It is my only threat. Content creator program equals crabs. Crabs everywhere. They don't know what they have unleashed upon this world. Super slow hand, because I can turn 2, get a Xander's Lounge, and possibly get a Scion turn 3, or I can just like hold up interaction this turn, see what happens. I really do not like the mana choices in this deck. Like, I don't like having Xander's Lounge and Lush Portico being your fetchables. Breeding Pool is always so much nicer because you get access to like Stubborn Denial when you didn't fetch up a Triome. This just rhinos. 4-color rhinos or something. Bruh. Broseph. Brosidon, god of the Broshin. Stop giving her drawing these ley lines. Will you be going to any RCQs this weekend? I think there's one in Spanish Fort, Alabama that I might go to. Dismember. Ugh. Gross. Played some Frog Tide in my locals, and Extirpate being better than Surgical actually came up. Extirpate my opponent's Atraxa from the graveyard. They have Solitude, Atraxa in hand, so they couldn't pitch to kill my Murktide. That's pretty hot. Pretty hot. Is actually rhinos. With Arena of Glory, so I'm assuming that means they have Flage in their 75. Force it. Force it, I dare you. Alright. We're going to game 2. We can stub the force, but like I'm still just behind big time on board. And if they have another rhino, then stub's kind of dead. Surgicals, not a whole lot for this matchup. Hopefully we don't need a whole lot. Hopefully we can just like play a big dude on turn 2 and start swinging. Comes up all the time for me for things like versus Endurance, exiling Emrakuls when they have Kozilek's Command, etc. Oh yeah, Kozilek's Command does have an exile stuff mode, doesn't it? I can try to find, or I can get a Lush Portico to try to find the second land. Got Surgical to make sure they don't get more than one rhinos. Such a good chance that I like keep this and never see a second land, but we're gonna risk it for the biscuit. Vans is having theirs on Sunday. Well, I mean, Vans is too easy. I just show up there and run through events. But I don't know. I think a bunch of the people from like the Gulfport area, Gulfport, Biloxi, are all going to Spanish Fort. So I might just tag along with them since it's like an hour from here instead of 3 hours up to Vans. But we'll see. I think that's on Saturday. So could do both. Aha! Get on with the old haha. Get the Scion down first. But hopefully next turn I can just like play out the Kavu. If I play out the Kavu first, I risk them having a dismember or something. I'm getting to kind of shut that down. I also imagine they don't have too many ways of dealing with like double Scion. That races rhinos pretty handedly. Luckily, there's a middle player in my source, so I borrowed 2 extra baits. I got one in like a box somewhere. Let me see. I keep all of like my jank commons and uncommons and bulk rares and stuff organized. Persist. Do we have an extirpate? Haha. Bam. One single copy of extirpate. You know. For reasons. I think I got it back when I was trying to make Mausoleum Secrets work. It's like, oh, you can go tutor that up and they can't respond to you extirpating something. That's cool. That's quirky. Wonder if I should have wear and tear in over bolt. Probably. Hit like opposing leyline bindings. I think we'll ship this back. Hand just like doesn't really do anything. Stops turn 3 rhinos. You can consign the cascade trigger, but not having a threat. Solitaire coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had an awesome stream. Welcome everybody. Playing through some Domain Zoo here, and apparently I'm pretty good at drawing leyline or lands, but not both of them. Oh, can I go down to 5? Yeah. Alright, well, by all technicalities, this casts my spells. You know what? I'm going to be a smart gamer and keep my 3rd land so that I don't miss it. But for everybody coming over on the raid, my name is Michael, or Control Freak on Magic Online. Play a lot of Modern, especially a lot of Death Shadow. But at least for the first league today, we're playing some Domain Zoo. Haven't touched the deck since like before the Leyline of the Guild Pack stuff came out, so I wanted to try it out. And it just came in 5th in the Magic Online Showcase Challenge. So. Alright, so I could get Portico, Blood Crypt, Steam Vents. I kind of like getting Portico, just like have a little more ability to find some interaction earlier. And I can surveil, maybe help get Flage out sooner. And because we were so smart to keep our third land, we don't have to worry about missing that. Ooh. Let's get Kavu down. They could have rhinos on 3. I would not be shocked. But I feel like I really need something on the battlefield. It's like, what if they don't have rhinos on 3? What if they're playing the bad version of rhinos that doesn't hit all rhinos? Ah! Ha! No, stop it. Stop it. Rough. Okay. Well, at least they didn't have rhinos on 3. That's awkward. Huh. That is really awkward. So now, if they cast something to cascade into rhinos, I can counter the consign or the cascade trigger, but I can't counter the actual rhinos. They've got these 2 copies in suspend. So let's go ahead and get down or cast half of Flage. Usually don't like surgical. Why play it now? That's a funny little arm raise emote. 1, because it was in the list, and 2, I don't like surgical in the builds of like Shadow that I play, because I don't think surgical interacts with things the way I want to be interacting in those decks. Since this is not one of my decks or how I would build something, I'm kind of going with the deck builder's choice here instead of mine. Alright. I'm going to surgical rhinos on their upkeep. If they want a hard cast force negation, it means they're not getting back rhinos. Or not casting more rhinos. But opponents just got a subtlety. Subtlety and a leyline binding. So I don't think Flage is long for this world. Like, as far as surgical goes, me not playing surgical doesn't mean there aren't good builds for surgical. It just means that I don't like surgical in the decks that I play that would play surgical. But some other decks are going to be interacting different, and surgical is going to look a whole lot better for them than it is for me. So we go basic plains, white, red, or red. Get back Flage. They cast Leyline Binding, or they cast Subtlety. We consign the Subtlety ETB trigger. Red, white. Maybe they'll look at this like, oh, they've got an answer to, we've got an answer to Leyline Binding. Boop. And now Flage comes back and we get to just like go ahead and shoot this Subtlety. Still got to deal with Leyline Binding Force Negation, which unfortunately is easier said than done. Not a matchup I was particularly expecting to see today. Alright, we'll go to their upkeep. My Kingdom for an Engineered Explosives. The explosives that's not in our deck. Oof. The 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 does not feel very good. See, got to respond to a Discord message real quick. Morris, what's up? Hope you're having an awesome afternoon. Those are some long games. Yeah, that's kind of been the case for a lot of the decks that I've played recently. Is games like I think we played a Green Black Saga League yesterday or 2 days ago that ended up being almost 3.5 hours. Guess I didn't really need that long of a reply. Cameron Broncos died off. You only play versus those decks if you're losing. Hence why I play against them. Where am I from? Mississippi. Corey TC, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. So... We could attack in with our Ragavan. I'm sure they just take the free discard. I could play Scion first and attack in, and then they're forced to discard. My big concern is if they have discard plus Vengeance, then playing out Scion turn 2 could just be a death sentence. But if I don't play out Scion turn 2, I might not get access to Stub. If I shock in Steam Vents, there's a good chance that I don't find a third land, so I can't Scion plus Stub on 3. So if I shock in Steam Vents, I've got to go for Scion this turn. I could attack with Ragavan if they discard, like block and discard. Go for Bowmaster ping, make them discard again. Then I've got Bowmaster, but that doesn't really help out anything against the turn 2 Atraxagoria's Vengeance. If I hold up Stub, then I'm running into the risk of them just having third land. So I think based off everything I've said, I'm just going to play Scion, pass, and see what happens. Or Fatal Push mandatory in this meta if you can help it. I don't know if I'd say mandatory. It's like we played a blue-black Basim deck yesterday, or Basim deck, that was playing 4 Fatal Pushes and just could not deal with a Murktide. Like, could not beat Murktide to save our life. So there is a lot to be said for other forms of interaction. So Soft Stub wouldn't have done anything with the extra land. Good to know. And I do think if you want something like Stub, or not Stub, Fatal Push, you could run Unholy Heat instead and be reasonably well into that. So if I go attack with Scion and they ditch 3 and jump the frog, I could Bowmaster, but then I am dead. Yeah, I think I'm just holding up Bowmaster and not attacking. Since I've got this binding coming off the top, I think I'll just play to not get comboed out here. Kind of surprised they're playing out their lands instead of just holding them for frog. Cameo's fine. Played Grixis Frogtide last week. Did well with it. 2 Unholy Heat as well. 2 Molten Collapse. I think Bolt's just bad right now. Yeah, that's a fair statement. I would also agree that I don't think Bolt's particularly good at the moment. Alright, so now we can definitely start attacking with Scion. So if they want to, like, discard cards to try to block the Scion, I've got Leyline Binding. Red not good outside of a couple cards. Yeah. Which is kind of funny because I do feel like I get constant pings about like splashing red in Demir's Shadow and stuff. And I'll see the list and they're like, oh, well, you play red for like 4 Darcy, 4 Iteration, 4 Unholy Heat, 4 Bolt or something. And I'm like, this is way more of way more than a splash. And if you're going like this far down the rabbit hole, are you sure this is what you want to be like playing? I don't think those cards are really worth the 3rd color at the moment. Like, Heat's fine, Pyroclasm's fine. Molten Collapse has looked better when I've played it than I originally thought. I still don't want any in the main, but you could maybe convince me for like a copy or 2 in the sideboard, which I think one of the lists I put together for today after this has Collapse in the sideboard. Tainted Indulgence. So I could just Bowmaster. Try to do a whole bunch of damage to a whole bunch of stuff. And I kind of want to just go face, honestly, because this is a trigger here down to 10. 4 off the Indulgence is down to 6. The Tamiyo's gonna flip, but the Tamiyo flipping I don't care about. It also takes a blocker out of the equation. Yeah. Stubs. I want surgicals. Really not geared for frogs, are we? Bone Crusher, bad. Bolt, pretty bad. Just bring in like another Consign instead of a Bolt. Okay. I think that I'm going to leave the second guild pact or second ley line in hand to give me something to discard to the Kavu. Also, how does Arena of Glory interact with itself in a ley line? Like, if you've got an Arena of Glory and no other lands and, say, a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, does it enter tapped or untapped? You must already control a mountain as Arena enters the battlefield for it to enter untapped. If it enters the battlefield at the same time as a mountain where you control another mountain, it enters tapped. Okay. Good to know. Keep a card on top. It's not frog mana. Sure. Tomato. I don't hate just playing out the Scion here. So I could haste up the Scion and attack, but then if I play the Kavu next turn, I've got no extra mana available for stub. So I think I'm just going to play out the Scion as is and pass. But this gives all my stuff hexproof, so I don't have to worry about, like, Solitude. Now we can haste up a Kavu. Go Scion at them, Kavu at Tameo. Leyline, sure. And hiya. Okay. I see Leyline, or with Leyline, can you tap fetches without cracking them? Yeah, since they count just as a land of any type, for every basic land type, you can tap them as if they were basic lands. Now I should have upkeeped, fetched a Portico there. I'll go ahead and do it now. Just to not compound. But I should have done it pre-combat. Or should have done it on upkeep to give myself the best chance of drawing something relevant on upkeep. All right, opponent. Good luck, Godspeed. May the winds be forever in your favor. Something, something, something. Dark side. All right. Okay. What did we think of Zoo? First off, if you see Leyline, Scion, really, really good. Personally, I'm not a fan of the Leyline package, and mostly it's because my play style, my preference when it comes to Magic, revolves around mitigating downside. So, like, I don't like playing cards that are more likely to have dead turns or more likely to not be as impactful at different points of the game. So Leyline to me screams like this card is absolutely dead in your deck if it's not in your opening hand, and we drew them multiple times, and that feels awful. So I honestly would not hate in the slightest if you played Zoo without the Leylines, added back in some more interaction, maybe just like some more Neshoba Brawlers, whatever, and went that route. But I understand Leyline being some free wins here. So maybe you could even... It probably sounds blasphemous, but maybe like board Leylines for the Bolt decks. Just bring them in. Or for the heavy removal decks, give yourself a chance to bring in Leyline, see Leyline Scion. But I don't think there's like that many heavy removal decks in the format, so... Makes great for a discard trigger or discard Kavu trigger. Agree with that. But then you have to have like the Kavu out and so this happens in shadow conversations a lot where we get into the argument of like, oh, a Mockingbird copying a shadow is great. And it becomes, yeah, but that already means that your Scion or your shadow is like out and surviving, and you found the Mockingbird and you played it and the flying made sense. And it's like, yeah, if all that comes together, it's cool. But if any one of those parts isn't there, then the plan falls apart. Like, okay, if you've got a Kavu and you can't attack with it, if the Kavu dies immediately, then the plan falls apart. If you got the Kavu, but you're discarding something that's not Leyline, you risk drawing into the Leyline. Like, it's just a really weird mesh together. But I think like Kavu Flage is really good. Because you're not happy drawing into Flage, you're happy discarding Flage. So, yeah, personally, if I play another league with Zoo at some point, I'm probably going to try without the Leyline package and go back to one of the older mana bases. Like the red white heavy for Flage is nice, but I wasn't particularly thrilled with Arena of Glory. I understand it. It just doesn't mean I have to really like it. But Xander's Lounge, Lush Portico as like your dual choices for 5 colors or for Domain on turn 2 felt really awkward. Or Xander's Lounge, Temple Garden. Just wasn't like a huge fan of that. But a lot of it is just very subjective. Leyline Savage against Dimir. Baiting with the Bolt first. Gets them every time. Leyline is Savage against Dimir. Baiting with the Bolt first. Gets them every time. You mean like going to bolt them and then Leyline binding on Dimir? Lounge holding up. Oh, you mean like Lounge being able to cast Bolt and then have Temple Garden for Leyline binding? But like, then you're still just using multiple cards. And God, that just like hurts my soul. When you're like, okay, bait with the Bolt. They discard a couple cards and then Leyline binding. Because then it's like they're down 2 cards, but you're also down, or they're down 3 cards. You're down 2 cards, and you're hoping that your card quality beats out theirs from that point on. But you're down like a Bolt. I don't know. It's so dicey. Top deck quality in this deck is high. I mean, as long as you don't hit ley lines. Like, it's a bit awkward early for sure, but having one land cast most of your interaction is huge. Agreed. I don't know. I really like having the Savai Triome because I value Leyline binding and Bolt on the same land and being able to get it like every game pretty reliably. And then having games where you want like counter spells available, being able to get Breeding Pool turn 1 and then fetch Savai Triome turn 2, or just fetch like Sacred Foundry. But I also like the 22 lands. I don't know. It's a bunch of like really minor tweaks. I don't think anything is hugely shifting. Okay, so second league. Also kind of want 22nd land, but I would have wanted second arena, I think. I don't know if I want second arena, but definitely 22nd land. Second league, I was looking at Hollow 1, and then we played against Seth, so I don't know if we want to, like, think of Hollow 1 and then play against Hollow 1 and then us play Hollow 1, but we could. I was thinking about how to incorporate Shadow into Hollow 1 and go in a little bit lower to the ground. Basically, you're just replacing, like, the Darcy's with Shadows and the Thoughtseizes over some stuff like 4th Bowmaster, 4th Phoenix, 18th Land, just to be a little more on the aggressive backup plan. Or we can see what chat wants to see. Like I said, I was planning on Hollow 1. I don't know if I feel quite RNG ready for Hollow 1 after rough RNG with Zoo. Rakdos Shadows also an option, because we do have the deck that won the 10K, that Shadow list. Haven't tried it out yet. Robot Man, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Tuesday. Do we have any thoughts on what we want to play? Options are kind of all over the place. Let's see. Let's pull up Goldfish, see if anything jumps out. I refuse to play any One Ring decks. Mono Green tried it 2 days ago. Deck is great, except it plays One Ring. And like, on principle, I will not play any decks that play the One Ring. One that won a tournament in Japan a month ago. Like a mono green Stompy deck or something. Do you have a list? Because I have zero idea what deck you were talking about. Shipping the list in Discord. We'll see what that looks like. All right. Let's check this out. So, Nobles and Ignobles, Fanatic Coronas, Scavenging Ooze, Endurance, Old Growth Troll. So this is running Old Growth Troll and Steel Leaf Champion and no Nykthos. Three copies of Culling Ritual. Questing Beast. Tyrranex Rex. 4 Force of Vigor in the board. 4 Thoughtseize. I mean, do we want to? Fnatic of Ronus is Nykthos. Mono Green Stompy question mark update. The only thing I noticed for no removal was hard from time to time. I mean, these decks don't play removal. They play Ignoble Hierarch. They play Checks Notes, Tyrranex Rex. Tyrranex Rex. Yeah. Modern staple. And like import the deck. Mono G Stompy. How do you spell this? Tyrranex Rex. Okay, let's start adding all the shenanigans. We've got a play set of Ignoble. Oh, you sent me a deck file. Thank you. Ooh. I was about to have to add all this. Delete. Add deck. Import. Energy. Okay, so we just have to add cool arts. I don't have a clue what in this deck has a cool art or not. Remove all. You know what? We'll just stick with it as it is. As it is, yeah. Timber, kind of a land. You know how long it's been since I played any deck that wanted to ramp, that wasn't like a cube deck? All right. What's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch chat? We're playing a league with Mono Green Stompy in Modern. I am slightly at a loss for what to think about this deck, but we're going to run it through and see what happens. I gotta at least solo up the forest arts. So this deck was suggested by our very own friend Kioma, who apparently has let us know, informed us that it won something in Japan or did well in something in Japan, which honestly, like, if you've ever seen any deck list coming from Japan, you know it is quite possible that anything could have won in Japan. 4, 5, 6. some actual basic forests. Okay. So, won something in Japan. No idea what. We'll see if it's got any legs. Let's go through the deck list real quick because it's a little bit all over the place. In the main deck, we got Beseiju, a couple Castle Garenbrig to help power out Tyrranex Rex, Vorinclex. We've got some basic forests, Lair of the Hydra, 2 Overgrown Tomb, and an Underground Mortuary to help with main deck Culling Ritual, and Thoughtseize out of the board. A bunch of fetch lands to help get our Mortuary and Overgrown Tomb, a Turn Timber Symbiosis, 7 1-mana Mana Dorks with 4 Ignoble Hierarch, 3 Noble Hierarch, 4 Fanatic of Ronus to help out with the mana acceleration, 3 Scavenging Ooze for the Grave Hate, an Outcaster Trailblazer. That's totally a real card that I knew existed before 5 seconds ago. 2 and a green. Enters, add 1 mana of any color. Whenever another creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. Okay, I've seen this card before in like Mono Green and Pioneer. Aronis the Indomitable. 3 copies of Endurance. An Archdruid's Charm. Help go tutor up a creature or a specific land. 4 Old Growth Troll. 4 Steelleaf Champion. 2 Questing Beast. 3 Culling Ritual, 2 The Great Hinge, and a Vorinclex, and 2 Tyrranex Rex. This is going to be wild. In the sideboard, we got 4 copies of Thoughtseize, 4 copies of Force of Vigor, 3 Veil of Summer, 4 Damping Sphere. One of the things I do absolutely love about decks like this is the sideboards are always so clean. It's like, if you're doing something unfair or you're trying to interact with me doing something unfair, that's my sideboard. That's all I care about. If you goldfish faster than me, I want sideboard stuff to deal with that. If you don't goldfish faster than me, I want to find ways to stop you from stopping me goldfishing faster than you. So, yeah, I have no idea what to expect. Like I said before the recording started, it has been a hot minute since I have played any sort of like mana dork deck. Needs a ring. Well, before the league, when we asked chat what we were going to play next, I did specify that I refuse to play the ring under any circumstances whatsoever. I will not cast a 1 ring on principle. So this deck was suggested because the original version did not run the 1 ring. I think I have to ship this. I think I need a hand with at least a second land. Okay. Keep, throw back. Am I throwing back a forest? Yeah. Flare of Cultivation would have been nice. Kill the Mana Dorks later. But, like, you don't really want to kill the Mana Dorks early. So if you're not killing the Mana Dorks early, then I feel like Flare of Cultivation is kind of a waste late. Like, your Mana Dorks early allow you to get the extra power through, which is important in decks like this. You need to speed up your clock. So close. Alright, well, we got a sideboard. That's the important part. We've got Force of Vigor, Thoughtseize, Damping Sphere. Probably bring in like the Thoughtseize and the Spheres. I did see Kioma get clapped by Storm. I feel like it's not a great plan to play a deck that gets bodied by one of the most popular decks in Modern. But then again, we play Blue-Black Shadow and we get bodied by Boros a decent bit. So I don't really have room to judge. Now, feel a little bit bad for throwing back that land, because if we had had the third land, maybe we could Culling Ritual away this Ruby Medallion. There's a Ral. Come on, land. Play the Ral, give us a land. Triple Reckless Impulse. Okay. So I want to attack first so I get my Exalted trigger. And we're going to Culling Ritual away the Ruby Medallion. Add some mana that we can't do anything with, and pass. We need a Thrun. We need a whole lot more than a Thrun. Alright, so they've got Manamorphose, Wish. So unless they got another ritual, they're still short of Past in Flames going off. Maybe they lose the flip 13 times in a row. I like your optimism. Well, they won that flip, so optimism lost. Yep, they lost. Lost again. We don't even need them to lose 13. We just need them to lose 4 more and fizzle, because they can't block the Steel Leaf champion. Mike, I'm surprised you didn't override the 75 for a Thrun the Hun. If you mean Thrun the Last Troll, then no. Unfortunately, Thrun is not really playable anymore. If there's another Thrun, I probably didn't know it existed. But usually when I override a deck list, I try to improve the deck list. And I feel like adding Thrun does not fit into that criteria. Thrun, Breaker of Silence. 3 GG, legendary. Ha, GG. Convenient timing. Troll Shaman 5/5. Can't be countered. Can't be the target of non-green spells your opponents control or abilities from non-green sources your opponents control. As long as it's your turn, Thrun is indestructible. What would this do for me? When would I ever want that? Not good. I got that impression. I did ask if there was another Tron. That's on me. I apologize. I shouldn't have asked questions I clearly didn't want to know the answer to. So we're just trimming a whole mess of this big expensive stuff. Trying to trim down and just like win with our little bit of interaction. Do I want to keep in some number of culling ritual? Like ritual better than Ronus. Questing Beast can attack through Empty the Warren's tokens. Culling Ritual also just blows up Empty the Warren's tokens. I guess that Archdruid's Charm can hit a Ruby Medallion or like a Static Prison. Scoos doesn't seem that good in general or in our deck because both can probably apply here, honestly. But I think just having like some extra interaction for Past in Flames is probably necessary just because we don't have much we can do. Like, if we find a Damping Sphere and they answer our Damping Sphere, we're kind of cooked. So, the least we can do is make them deal with something past just answering our Damping Sphere and scooping. So, is Scoos good in the matchup? No, I don't think so. I agree with you on that end. Do we have better cards than Scoos? Not really. I think that's a little known aspect of sideboard configuration or sideboarding in general. Like, Scoos isn't good, you're right. But what are we replacing Scoos with that's better? Well, mulling to 5 and never seeing a copy of Damping Sphere is a little rough. A little not ideal, as the kids would say. Probably could have kept Beseju. But again, I kind of wanted to have something I could do to interact with like Past in Flames. Cling. Well, I mean, we could play Cling, but we don't have Cling in the deck right now, and it doesn't really matter if we don't have it in the deck right now. Cling over Scoos. Well, again, we don't have Cling in our 75. So I can't really, like, add Cling anywhere because we don't have Cling. Do I want to hold up? No, I think I want to hold up Endurance plus evoke second endurance instead of casting Fanatic. I don't think Fanatic really does anything for me. All right. Just brick a couple flips. Dang it. Chose not to flip. Brow can't block. Yeah, but we're also, like, not killing them next turn. And if I play Endurance and attack with both, then they can block the Endurance. And that's still putting them 2 turns away from Steel Leaf kill. Now, there's a part of me that wants to, like, proactively Endurance just to try to, like, get them to think, okay, the coast is clear, I can go off now, and we have second Endurance. Come on, lose the flip. Lose the flip. Nice. They might just know you have the second. Well, I mean, I can't do anything if they play around the second. Like, just kind of up a creek at that point. I really need them to start, like, losing some flips consistently, but they keep winning them. Yep. Yeah, like, I needed them to go to 8, so they were dead to Endurance plus Steel Leaf attack. Because now, even if I do get to Endurance stop them, they get 2 more turns, potentially. So many Manamorphos. They could also just, like, wish for empty the Warrens. So glad this is taking care of this for me. Like, honestly, their Past in Flame, or not Past in Flames, their Ral hits weren't that good. It's a bunch of redraws. Chat wants to play a fair green deck, match 1 Q into Storm. It's always really nice when it's chat's decision, because so this just gets grape shot and we die. Yeah. Like, chat likes playing fun decks 9 times out of 10. And it's not a knock on Kiyomo at all, because I'm sure Kiyomo played the deck and like it was fun and did relatively well. But there's a reason that like I don't intentionally play these decks. One, I know my luck on Magic Online, and it's that I'm going to get paired into the unfair stuff. And two, I enjoy a lot more being able to beat up on the unfair stuff and then just lose to like my opponent playing a couple 2-1s. So that's all just like a deck selection choice. Like, I think these decks are cool when you run into like 5 dirtily opponents, but as soon as you don't, life is tough. And we get to see stuff like this. Okay, Noble Hierarch into Fanatic, into Culling Ritual away my own board. That doesn't look particularly appealing. But I guess I can keep it and hope I top deck something big, because I've got Garen Brig and some Fanatics. Opponent gave us the GLHF, so 100% likelihood they're on Tron. Tron or another Storm opponent. Which one we want to think? Survey says this deck could compete in Pioneer, I think. I hear it's pretty okay in Pioneer. Oh my god. We might have a chance. We might have a chance. We need this. Come on, give me a cool big dirtly thing. Give me a Great Hinge. Questing Beast. Questing Beast. We have a chance. All right. I'm going to try to get down Mortuary here. That way, whether they kill my Ronus or not, I can get Questing Beast down next turn. Nope. Where's Scoos and Great Hinge? Cards look really good if you can get them when you want to get them. Not so much when you're at the mercy of the deck. Weird to see Marsh Flats and Burn. Usually you'll want all red fetches as you run basic mountains, but it could be just like a cost consideration thing. 1 bracket's where the deck shines. We need like the 012 bracket. Let's be real. Free real estate. So opponent probably has a Searing Blaze. But if they have a Searing Blaze, that means that they don't have an Eidolon this turn. Do I care about Eidolon? Because I do just have Culling Ritual. I'm going to take it. Because if they Eidolon here, then I'll probably just play Garen Brig, Culling Ritual away the board, make 4, cast Questing Beast, and attack. And that seems okay-ish. Boros, Charmy, and the Dome. Okay. So I could add 6 mana for creatures. I could Ronus, and then Fanatic lets me cast Questing Beast. I could Garenbrig, Ronus, Fanatic for 4, activate Garenbrig, cast Questing Beast and another Fanatic. I think that's right. So, Ronus. Now my Fanatic taps for 4. To activate my Garenbrig. To play another Ronus. Or another Fanatic. This has got to be like a flavor decision, right? Like, I'm going to play my Fanatic of Ronus, or my one of Ronus the Indomitable in my Fanatic of Ronus deck. You can't convince me otherwise. Peak Flavo indeed. Somebody out there was super excited. Gives trample. Yeah, gives trample to my thing that just like doesn't give a shit about trample because nothing's blocking it anyway. Kevin, how do you not know what's happening? This is the most clear board state I've ever played in my entire streaming career. Like, do you not see the Fanatic of Ronus paying homage to the Ronus? Like, what's so confusing here? Kevin coming in with a 10-month resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the subscribers. Something, continued use of something, emotes, Death Shadow, custom, something. Plays land, bolt, 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 bolt. That's one too many bolts for the number of lands they have available. Just say. Haven't run the numbers. I also do like the fact that with this culling ritual, we can just like blow up the board if they play a bunch of cheap attackers or cheap blockers. Opponent said sorry, thinking, not letting you hang. Like, dude, do you see what's going on here? Take your time. Like, you're safe. Opponent. Opponito. Okay. What can we do? Another target creature gets +2/+0 and gains trample. So if I go 4/8, fetch is... Does this activate abilities? It does. So 4 to 6, 8, 10, 11... 4 to ritual is down to 7. Up 3 is 10. I can activate Ronus 3 times. And that's lethal, right? So... I'm gonna hope my math is right. So we go 4, 8. We can use 4 of it for Garenbrig now. Doesn't really matter. The culling ritual. So that's 13. I guess my math was off. Green. Ronus. Ronus. Don't you scoop and take this away from me. Ronus. Hiya. Yes. We are the ultimate culling ritual enjoyers. Opponent said, I'm surprised I've never seen that Fnatic before. I have a paper Mana Dork Commander deck. GG's. Like, card's dope. Am I sideboarding it all? Going in my Raga Draga deck for sure. I support this decision. I have no idea what Raga Draga is. Raga Draga. What are you? Raga Draga, Gorgut's boss. Each creature you control with a mana ability gets +2/+2. Okay. Whenever a creature you control with a mana ability attacks, untap it. Whenever you cast a spell, if at least 7 mana was spent to cast it, untap target creature. It gets +7/+7 and gains trample until end of turn. Huh. It's a big boy. Sacking the Fanatics to power up the Ronus. This is the most flavorful deck I've ever played in Modern, and it's not even close. The fact that Raga Dragas is a real name for a Magic card, what has happened to our beautiful game. Yeah, we definitely need more Huatlis and more Juzam Jins. Where them Juzam Jins at? Hashtag not my magic. What even is a siege rhino? It's Ronus Boys role-playing deck. If you love them Ronuses, you play this. Truth. Opponent clearly loves Ronus. The cult of Ronus is born. Asmo was always there. That's true. Asmo's been around for a minute, at least in reference. Wasn't it like Time Spiral as the first reference to Asmo on a card? Asmo reference. There's no way I'm going to try to spell Asmarano Mordekaiser Nakul Dakar, but... But I'm pretty positive there's something that like actually references Asmo from some set. Like, I want the Great Hinge, but the rest of the hand is atrocious. Hashtag just Ronus things. Can't wait for Stoneforge Mystic to get Buster Sword from the Final Fantasy Universes Beyond. Okay, that would be pretty sweet. Isn't Buster Sword a Yu-Gi-Oh card? I'm pretty sure Aham Buster Blader is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Did you not disrespect Final Fantasy like that? Tony Stark is Stoneforge Mystic Secret Lair. So you cast your Tony Stark to go get your Cauldron complete. That's just like an infinity gauntlet. Alright. Land. Whoo! Whoo, Goblin Guide. I see why you're not played anymore. Can't believe you would just give me free real estate. And as somebody who knows a thing or two about real estate, this is... Giving it away for free is not what you want to do. I gotta find this Asmo reference card. Asmarano, Mordecai, Cynical Dakar. Her name is my name too. Whenever we go out, the people always shout, there goes Asmarano, Mordecai, Cynical Dakar. Na 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 na. Oh. Aha! Aha! It's like, what card is this? Granite Gargoyle. MTG, Granite Gargoyle. There. References the Underworld Cookbook by Asmarana Mordecai Cynical Dakar. There we go. From Unlimited. Or what happened? I got Helixed. Card you will never spell wrong. I will spell it wrong constantly. I will also pronounce it wrong constantly. Alright. I think I'm going to play out one of these 75 trillion fanatics and plan on going to get a underground mortuary. You're saying it right now, but it's a name that I won't guarantee I will always say right. Anybody watch Gargoyle circa 1992? Great show. That show was like S tier Saturday morning cartoon status. What you got? Helix me in the face. Okay. Gargoyles S tier indeed. It really was. That show was like phenomenal. This game would probably be going a little bit better if I actually had a way to get something into the graveyard. So who knows? Maybe Scavenging Ooze flips over a creature and all of our woes are solved. You never watched Gargoyles? Oh, thank you. Like, I cannot express how much you're missing out. So I can play Scoos and eat an ignoble, but that's all I got. Why are we at 6? Because they helix skewered me. It make me lose life quick. Plus, like, Goblin Guide attack, or 2 Goblin Guide attacks because they were on the play. Oh. Like, I need to get another mana dork down, but I just can't. Seven is much better to be at than 6. I agree. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of decisions in this match. Like, I would love to be at 7 or 8 or 15, but unfortunately, opponent's really not giving me the option. Monastery Swift Spear. No attacks. Search your library for a creature or land card. Reveal it, put it onto the battlefield tapped if it's a land card. Otherwise, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Hold up. Hold up. So I can put a counter on the Scoos, have it kill the Goblin Guide. That'll let my Fanatic tap for 4. Which I could then play double Fanatic. I think I want to kill the Goblin Guide because, like, I want to guarantee that this dies. I don't want this to be like, I don't know, opponent does something and their dude doesn't die. I want it to die. I want it to go away. So I can play a Fanatic and then just eat the Goblin Guide and probably pass the turn. I know isn't exciting, but if they cast like a Skull Crack, I can respond with activating Goblin or Scavenging Ooze again. But I will not be attacking. I think opponent is marveling over how sweet our deck is. Can't say I blame them, really. Like, no! No! I mean, I get a land, so I guess that's like something. Poor little Scavenging Ooze. Did nothing wrong. Okay, so next turn we can cast Questing Beast That'll let us double Fanatic for 8 mana. Bro. Why you gotta be like that? Boom. Said I'm going to double Fanatic for 8 mana. I don't appreciate you trying to say otherwise. Because you're all high and mighty at 20 life when we're not. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna eat the Noble Hierarch instead of playing out, or eat the Ignoble instead of playing out the other Fanatic. Because, like, I'm still in that spot where maybe they go find Boros Charm, have Boros Charm burn spell, and I don't really want to just be dead to that. You know what I mean? What do you do when you flip? Mill 10 cards. Put up to 2 creature cards from among the milled cards onto the battlefield. That would be 5, 11, 13 mana. 4, 8, 11. So I cannot do that next turn. But we're going to believe. What you got? Helix. Helix the Scoos. Okay. I feel pretty positive about that decision giving me some breathing room. So let's go 4 or 5 Vorinclex. Goes and gets 2 forests. Put them into my hand. So play a forest. 4, 5, 6, 7 does not a flipped Vorinclex make. So we'll attack with Steel Leaf and Questing Beast and play the other Fanatic and say go. Boom. Opponent is super lucky they don't have a Planeswalker out right now because Questing Beast would be taking it down like nobody's business. So, what do we got? 3 and 2 green for a 6/6 Trample Reach. For 8 mana, I can flip it into the Grand Evolution Saga. Chapter 1, mill 10, put up to 2 creature cards from among the milled cards onto the battlefield. Chapter 2, distribute 7 +1/+1 counters among any number of target creatures you control. Chapter 3, until end of turn, creatures you control gain 1. This creature fights target creature you don't control. I mean, we didn't come here not to Vorinclex. So 4, 5, 6, 7. We're not in the I'm not going to Vorinclex when I have the chance to in a game of Modern. Stage. So we can get another scavenging ooze and an old growth old growth troll. We'll eternalize this fanatic and attack. And now we've got Scoo's food for days. Carry on, opponent. All 4 fanatics, but no Ronus. It's almost like all 4 hollow ones, but no lack of salt in the chat. Too soon. Too soon. That was a reference to our match earlier. You were there. I was there too. I witnessed it. I was on the receiving end of... Do it. Do it. That one. That one. That one. Do we? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would like to right click attack all. I don't know if there's a mono red fog, but I hope you have it. Oh wait, no, we got questioning beasts. We can't even lose to fog. Deck's busted. Deck cannot be stopped. Mine is 33. Ha. Oh, that was good fun, Magic. That was probably better suited for the casual commander tables, but I can appreciate it every now and then. This is like one of those decks that somebody found on some like back alley website and started putting it together and like goldfishing with it. And just kept telling their friends, like, dude, you don't get it. You go off on turn 8. Your opponents cannot stop you on turn 8. And you're like, yeah, of course, turn 8. Intuo, friend of the stream, so... hopefully not too much friendly fire. So this hand looks very underwhelming, but I do know that my opponent makes a lot of lantern control content. So there's a reasonable chance they're on lantern control. In which case, like, Scavenging Ooze, Culling Ritual look a lot better. Let's see what they're up to. You're on a mulligan. We are on not a mulligan. This deck's like one of those rogue decks you'd find on the dojo back in the day. Exactly. Like, this is the deck that gets printed in the back of a magazine. It's like, oh, check out this sweet deck that won this local $27 tournament at Barnes & Noble. The people watching are just like, oh my god, it won the Barnes & Noble Open. Alright, we're going to reset Moto real quick. It's being laggy. Is anybody in chat a big golf fan? Any golfers? Back into my match, please. Barnes & Noble's wild. Barnes & Noble's where all of the cool kids go to hang out. Take another land. Am I trying to get into golf? No, I always play golf, or I played like a good bit. But I recently started getting a bunch of YouTube suggestions for like golf content. But it's not just normal like play golf. It's all these like Bryson DeChambeau challenge videos, like, oh, break 40 at this public course with another pro, and like, I don't know if it's just the algorithm or if it's just this type of content has been absolutely blowing up recently, but keep seeing like, I played a scramble with President Trump, and I played a scramble with Tiger Woods. I broke 40 with Dennis Rodman. Like, just don't know what I missed. All right, please don't have an answer to my fanatic. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Why you gotta be so rude? Okay. I think I'm gonna play the Scavenging Ooze. Say go. We champion into Great Hinge. If we find another land, right? Because right now this is 5. Dropping this down drops Great Hinge down to 4. So if we find another land, we can. If we don't find another land, then we probably cannot. But there's also the chance that maybe they play out another Nethergoy if I find a land and get to, like, attack, Culling Ritual, drop Great Hinge after or something. Yeah, if they didn't kill our Dork, we'd be in really good shape. Because then we could have cast the Steel Leaf and then tapped the Fanatic for 4 to immediately cast the Great Hinge. So blockers declared. Go ahead and eat their Fatal Push. Take 1 less point. Yeah, like if they didn't kill our Fanatic, we would have popped off this turn. You know, pop off like only the mono green Ronus deck can. Is there a world where I want to eternalize the Fanatic instead of casting something else? I kind of like that. Like, attack, eternalize Fanatic. Because I'm not blocking with the Scavenging Ooze, so... Like, while they don't have Counterspell up. Now, they did keep top on the Preordain. So, we can probably assume one of them was the basic island. But the second card's unknown. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 9. -4 is 5. So if I hit a land, I could go Great Hinge into Steel Leaf Champion. No, I can do that anyway because this adds mana. So 4, 5 to cast the Great Hinge. Tap 3. Or tap the Great Hinge. Gain 2 life. Cast the Steel Leaf. Draw a card. Put a 1/1 counter on it. Yeah. And I don't feel like I'm gonna die this turn. I could probably block this fairly safely. Maybe they have like Street Wraith Bowmaster or something. Kind of rude. Are the rituals main deck? They are. There's 3 rituals in the main, and it is like absolutely driving me crazy. I don't need the best viewers. I've got the best viewers. Ban. I'm thinking about just going ignoble, Scavenging Ooze, eat a bunch of stuff. Or like Steel Leaf, eat one thing. Yeah. Well, my fear is that they've got a stubborn denial. And if that's the case, I run into them just being able to counter my culling ritual if they have another way to add another card type or grow the shadow. So... Or they could just have counter spell at this point. Alright. So this is 3. So if they have stub and not counter spell, I can cast the Great Hinge. I could put something on the stack, like Culling Ritual, that they have to counter. So if they have a counter spell that I know... But if that's the case, I should probably, like, lead on the Great Hinge. Since I can fight over stub with this. Wait, no, I can't. Because I have to pay the mana. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. So I have to pay the mana to exile, and then I can't pay the mana for stub. Think they got a Street Wraith. Bowmaster. Nope. I mean, okay. So, if their last card is Counterspell, it's a little unfortunate. So I might just play this kind of slow. Like, plot the Trailblazer. Let's go ahead and eat the Nethergoyf. Yeah, I think I am just going to play this a little slow. I'm really afraid of this last card being Counterspell. And the fact that their best draw is like a fetch land, which doesn't do a ton. Okay. The tension is palpable. Yeah, I'll make this block because if they have like a bowmaster to ping themselves, they tap off of counterspell. Not playing around dress down in like the current shadow builds. Also have a ton of scavenging ooze fuel. So we do just have a lethal scavenging ooze attack if we want it. One, two, three. Let's go Garen Brig off of our floating mana. Get a Wraith. Eat a Steel Leaf. What you got? Fair. Sometimes it's better to just take things slow. Alright, so can't be countered 7 drop looks kind of interesting. If they're just Shadow Nethergoyf, maybe Frog, maybe Tameo, then Culling Ritual is pretty solid. Endurance is fine. You just killed your child with mono green. Who even are you? Somebody who takes no prisoners. Sorry, Vorinclex. Someone out here trying to cast scavenging oozes. Cast some old growth trolls. I can't help the collateral damage. Don't stand on the tracks if you don't want to face the mono green train. Nope. Double questing druid. Tyrranex. Way better. We'll throw back what? Throw back a land. Yeah. Both on a mold of 6. Love to see an Undercity Sewers turn 1, because that means no Thought Seize. Culling Ritual must be fun against energy. Probably. We just gotta, you know, see energy. And then we can make a decision on that. So let's get Overgrown Tomb. Feel the pain. Feel the pain that I have suffered all this time. Just the despair of knowing you got Veil of Summered. Yeah. Play Fanatics. If they want to kill it, that's fine. I've got 3 drops to follow it up with. I got my value. I unmulliganed. All right, I would like a few less lands. All right, we're just gonna go for. We're just gonna start eternalizing Fanatics. That sounds reasonable. And eventually, maybe we Archdruid's Charm to like go get a Lair of the Hydra or something. But I'm probably not swinging until I have close to a one-shot or an actual one-shot. Which usually I tell people, like, if you're playing against Shadow and they're sitting in, like, the 13, 15-ish range, then sometimes it's right to not attack. Usually it's right to attack. Sometimes it's right not to attack. So, 4. Eternalize another Ronus. Play a Steel Leaf. I think I'll just play a Scavenging Ooze and pass. Look, I'm not really afraid of sweepers. I know you're terrified of the immense mono-green power that we possess. How'd you land on this deck? That's a good question. Essentially, I asked for chat suggestions, and the first suggestion that came back was, hey, a mono green deck won a tournament in Japan 2 months ago. Okay. Good enough for me. And then we played against Storm round 1 and just got absolutely bodied. But we beat Burn round 2. And we're looking pretty good against Dimir Shadow round 3. Which hurts my soul, but what can you do? Is this a Murktide? Mockingbird. Sure. Copy my Steel Leaf champion. Also sure. I wonder if this is just to get a ferocious threat. Oh, never mind. Okay. So I've got 4, 8 mana, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I can Archmage's Charm, or Archdruid's Charm, for up to a 10 drop. Which could include what? Go get a Tyrranex Rex. If I kept it in. I honestly can't remember if I did. I could also just like fight the Steel Leaf champion. Attack. They can block, do whatever. I could Culling Ritual. There's got to be a lethal line here, right? Like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If I Archdruid's Charm for the 8/8 hasty thing. There is still one in my deck. And I Culling Ritual away the shadows. Still not lethal though. Let's see what we can pull together. I would assume it takes the eternalized creatures. We could get a Ronus. 4, 8, 9, 10. Ronus with 2 activations. No. Well. No. We're just going to get the big stupid dinosaur thing. Let me Culling Ritual. Add 5 mana. Alright, so then we'll cast this stupid thing. This abomination to all things Magic the Gathering. Sure. Endurance because of mana burn. I mean, endurance because what else am I doing? All right, now you're 3 with 4 poison counters. Snake Druid Zombie versus Elf Night Bird. What a world we live in. All right. You deal with this thing. I mean, I guess I could just play a big shadow. Their hand's like shadow fatal push. And they just can't kill the endurance. Mockingbird my endurance. So this thing, they have to block with both or they die. So they're dead to the endurance. Actually, they're just dead to this, right? Because Exalted Trigger makes this a 9. They've got 6 toughness to throw in front of it. Yeah. Shadow sucks. Dies to big 9 mana uncounterable dinosaur. What are you even doing, Shadow players? Oh, Surfer Blood. I missed your follow. Thank you so much. Shadow sucks, Lamau. Bad tech for bad players. Our whole Discord is in shambles. What have we been doing with our lives? Dingo. Dingo. Alright, so about those main deck culling rituals. Can we find one, please? What's that word from Pirates of the Caribbean? You want a peaceful surrender parlay? How do I get parlay on this? Ugh. We need parlay. Need parlay bad. Raptor. Raptor. Dingo. Dingo. No, I want my fanatic. I don't even care if you're bluffing. I'm just upset about everything happening right now. Bingo. Why are you so anti-fun? Raptor into ring OP. You can just like cut Raptor from that and it still makes perfect sense no matter what else you say. Like blank into ring OP. Yeah. Pick a card. Pick any card in Modern. And I guarantee you that into ring is OP. I'm sure there's some really terrible answers to that, and I'm kind of curious what they actually are, but for the most part, anything into ring OP. Can't even force a Vigor of the One Ring. Thought Scour into ring? Exactly. Like that's S tier magic. Get to play Thought Scour and the One Ring. Gets rid of some of these big uncounterable things and put in some smaller can be countered things. Place Ring in a sentence, probably OP. Exactly. Like Mockingbird into ring. Oh man, that's OP. Yeah. I don't want to run into that deck. Dovin Bond into One Ring. I don't even know what Dovin Bond does. Guarantee it's OP. Alright, Young Dingo has mulliganed to 4. It's in a chat and just said, why do I feel like you got a donation request to see if you could mold a 2 and still win? Nice to at least see the deck labeled as the Rock be the deck we played and not Necro. God, I hate seeing Necro labeled as the one or as the Rock. Especially when it's like the builds that aren't even running anything green. They're just running Underground Mortuary, like fetches and Mortuary, and that's it. Like, Rock, OP, Decay, maybe. A lot of them, like, aren't even going that far. Also, I am fully prepared to have Dingo mold to, like, 4 cards, one of which is a ring, and just play it and win from here. And it not even be close. How do we answer Flage? I mean, I can take at least one guess at the moment. Now, if you ask me how we answer a bunch of chain to the rocks, I've got less answers for you. Oh, we do have culling ritual, don't we? Aha. I'm gonna die to a Giganta. I accept my fate. Slightly slower death to a Giganta. Do you think if I attack with both, just eats the Steel Leaf Champion? There. That's right, Dingo. Read the Ronus. Alright. I'm ready for this one ring off the top. Show it to me. On the draw. What's the record? 2-1 currently. The one drop is nice. Kind of rude. Make sure you play layer next turn or it comes in tapped. I got it. Kind of. Well, I, for one, believe in our ability to draw a culling ritual. Please. Not a culling ritual. So... by shock in Steel Leaf Champion 6. Could play double Scavenging Ooze, but then I don't have Force up. If I just play Steel Leaf Champion Mortuary. Hold. Hold. Like, if I can culling ritual into Skoos, that would be pretty nice. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 currently. If I block... block and take 9, assuming they've got like a discharge to kill the Steel Leaf Champion. Like, I'm assuming the Steel Leaf Champion has no chance of survival. But at the same time, I need the mana off the Fanatic. The ritual's currently giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 if they have another permanent and Ocelot Pride. Watch for Bombardment. I mean, I can't do anything about Bombardment, right? Because if they play it and I go Force, then like they still just gonna nuke my board. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm not dead to Flage. If I block the cat token, they have to use up all of their energy. Verse 1 energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coming back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I think I actually have to take this. I think I need the mana off Ronus and Steel Leaf. I forgot about the cat tokens too. All right, so 4, 6, pulling ritual, all green. Scoos. Start chomping away. Sure. We'll get back other. Yeah, hungry boy indeed. Guide. That was a pretty nice turn. No argument there. You don't get trample. So if I go Steel Leaf, Scavenging Ooze, attack. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can make this a 7/7. 7, 14, 19. All right, so they flip a Johnny, take 9. Why can't you be a Hydra with reach? Why is that so difficult? They kill my endurance. That's more Scoo's food. All right. So I've got to force the static prison, get back my Steel Leaf so I can kill a Johnny. Oh my god. So I basically have to have them not find a way to gain life, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so they can block all on the scoos if they want to. Oh wait, they can just like put the counters on the cat. Then I've got endurance block. I can just power up guide. Dead to Flage if I do nothing. Dead to Flage regardless, but... Culling Ritual off the top would be pretty lit. Oh. Okay. Float 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just thinking about Lair the Hydra. All right, there's 17 to the face. Tough one off the top. I feel like if it's a shock land, you probably have to throw it away. Called it. I don't think you can afford to go down to 5 because then you're just dead to me having a land. Well, we can play that. Gain some life. 1, 2, 3. 8 is the number currently. Hold. Brothers, hold. I knew it was going to be another Amped Raptor. Into an Ajani, flip the Amped Raptor, flip the Ajani. Kill the Steel Leaf Champion. Questing Beast. Questing Beast off the top. Or another calling ritual. So we can double layer attack them. Does Hydra have trample? It does not. So I'd gain up to 11. This enters as a 2/5. Hinge does draw. But do absolutely anything? I don't think so. I guess I've got 2 Hydras. My phone died after the last ritual. Come back, we're dying to cats and raptors. I mean, that's kind of what happens. It just... We ritualed, they followed up with like Guide, Ocelot, Pride, had City's Blessing, and put 5 bodies out. And... Where's the record tracker? Well, I'm currently 2-1. I can tell you that. But it's still... It happened when we swapped from Control Freak to Control Freak TTV, where it was just pulling from the old Moto login and not the new one. You're gonna shoot me in the face for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down to 5. So we need Questing Druid. Or Questing Beast. Questing Beast. Questing Beast. Questing Beast. Questing Beast. I'm gonna regret looking, aren't I? I'm gonna regret looking, aren't I? Hinge only draws when a creature enters. It doesn't tap to draw. That would have been a Questing Beast. Yeah, Eternalize doesn't count. It counts for reducing the cost on Hinge. Doesn't count for drawing a card. Yeah, that was against Dingo. Dang. Double culling ritual. They still got there. Got the 5-0 off that. Alright. Let's go. Why was I his trophy match? That's what I want to know. I can watch later. Oh look, back to back energy. This is just a Pioneer deck, isn't it? It's pretty close. I don't think I ever updated the deck list because I wasn't expecting to actually, like, run into the deck or league with it. I'm shocked that he won that second game. Like, or third game. Just multiple culling rituals. The deck just rebuilds so well. Well, it was like a Johnny into a Johnny combined with having Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride each time. Like having the life gain to immediately trigger the Ocelot Prides. Having enough energy to do everything. Like, you just can't catch up with draws like this. These Boros openings are disgusting. Like, the entire deck is disgusting. Can't keep that. Have to keep that. Is a Keen Eye Curator a bit better than Scooz? Could be. Like, I have never played this deck or this archetype up until this league, so I couldn't tell you what is actively better or worse than other combinations. I'm sure there's a lot of combinations that are actively better, but I just don't know enough about the archetype to say. The Curator is on my list of cards that I want to try out in some of the Green Shadow builds. Alright, give me a land so I can double spell. And I guess technically, let's lead on the troll, so if they kill it, at least I can like enchant up a land. But we kind of had a feeling this was going to happen as soon as, like, Nadu and stuff got banned. Is we were just going to, like, evolve into a next man up scenario. And that's kind of what's happening. Basically get a GG for a 3-3, which is just like so cracked, but I know the card more from standard. Yeah, it's really cracked in standard. It's really subpar in modern, which is funny to think about. Because, like, it doesn't do anything right away. You have to invest more into it, which is the downside of the card in, like, older constructed formats. All right, bombardment, flip the Ajani, blah, 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 blah. Got DC'd. Who won? Dingo did. So if I attack at a Johnny, and they go block with a Johnny, they can't sack to bombardment. So I think I do just go to combat, attack at a Johnny. Just gonna give it up. That relying on bombardment. Back my Fanatic. I can't force the bombardment now because I have to have the endurance to deal with the Flage, which is brutal. But if they sack off to flip the Ajani, then I kind of need to kill the bombardment to keep my Ronus around. Mardu deck's just depressing to play against. That's where WotC hates the people who play their game. Well, that kills a Johnny, but I still die to the Flage. And they gets to haste up the Flage next turn. It's interesting because like energy decks actually have a super hard time getting anything that's larger than a 3/3. Do you mean they have a hard time like making anything on their side of the board that's bigger than a 3/3? Is that what you're saying? 3/3 stonewalls their deck. Their deck of Galvanic Discharge, Static Prison, Flage, Chained to the Rocks, Goblin Bombardment, a Johnny Flip. Like, that deck gets stonewalled by a 3/3. I feel like they're okay into some 3/3s. Getting back Ronus doesn't do anything. Man, that was like a fun league. And it feels, I feel like the Boros deck should be a better matchup, but especially on the draw, they just get so far out ahead of you while you're setting up like a Mana Dork or a Fanatic or a Scooz or something. Like if they just deal with that first thing, then you're doing nothing until hopefully having a 3-drop on 3 that probably can't even attack on 4. I feel like this deck just needs adjustments for MTGO versus a paper tournament. That would help, like getting rid of some of the fun, clunky, big stuff. Get rid of Vorinclex and Tyrranex. If you're playing in a meta of like all blue-black Murktide, then sure, play Tyrranex, but I think like everything past 4 mana should be out of the deck. And maybe just go up like... Isn't there like a green instant fight card that you can play out as a land? Get some of those in here. I think those would help out tremendously. But I do think the deck's cool. Like, I think if you want to play mono green beats, this is an interesting spot to start. It's just, it's got too much fluff. There's a bunch of things that just don't really impact the game. Kind of like all these, this 11 column on the far right. They're either too intensive for not enough payoff, or they're just not like doing anything that Modern cares about. For example, like Ronus. Ronus is cool. No deck in Modern, I think, cares about your opponent giving something +2/+0 and trample. Or, yeah. Like, if you're winning with a bunch of derpy creatures, you're winning regardless of whether one gets another +2/+0 or +4/+0. Trailblazer, cool, but you can't really afford to spend turns playing this out, doing nothing, then next turn hoping to like draw a card off of it. Same thing with Hinge. It's just like too big of a commitment for not enough of an impact. Scooz, if you want Grave Hate, just go up to another endurance. And then like Tyrranex and Vorinclex, I think are just too big, too dirtily. So I'd like to see some of the green fight cards. Somebody suggested Flare of Cultivation. Honestly, probably wouldn't be the worst. I know I kind of trash talked it on the suggestion. The more I think about it, the more I think you just like have to get to your 3-drops. So in removal matchups, maybe you can just mana dork into Flare and like guarantee that you can play your 3-drop on turn 2. And that's probably good enough. So let's see, if we removed all these, it's like battle at the bridge, battle of the bridge, something like that. The green fight card, right? Battle of the bridge. Bridgeworks battle. That's what it is. So it is a sorcery, but you can still play it out as a land. And that would give you like a little bit extra interaction. I think add the 4th endurance. Like endurance is great. Flare of Cultivation. Yeah, but I like the Bridgeworks battle just because it can be a land. That's like 99% of the reason I would even suggest adding the card. Just because you have the flexibility of like, hey, I can play this as an untapped land if I need a land, or I can fight something. I also don't know what, like... Oh, Kiora. Why is this deck not playing Kiora? Like, why would you play the other dude over... I guess it doesn't really matter. I just like Kiora. Yeah, more Archdruid's Charms could be fine. That card was pretty sweet. I don't know how many you want, but... This deck could easily play Leyline plus Guild Pact. And, like, add in the Nykthos stuff. Well, you would have to mess up the mana pretty bad to add Scion, because you don't want to add Scion and Leyline without completely like altering the mana, just because if you don't see the Leyline, you don't want your Scion to be uncastable. And just probably find is a mid-late game engine to keep rebuilding. So I get that idea. I just feel like that's not how any of the games were playing out. Like, the most controlly mid-range deck we ran into was Shadow and Boros, technically. And Hinge didn't do anything against Boros. We just didn't have time for it to get going. And we didn't care about it against Shadow. So I don't know if there's other... like mid-rangey matchups that you actually care about that. I feel like the deck kind of wants to resolve the 3-drop, swing a couple times and the game be over, and can't really afford to go past that. Because like everything you put in the deck to go past that dilutes that plan. But I could see Hinge in the sideboard. And maybe you run into those matchups like Jund Saga or something and you want to bring it in. I just don't think it's a main board card. All right. Well, speak of the Dingo Devil. Dingo's playing some Rakdos Shadow. So we're going to send everybody over there. So if you're wanting to check out, again, some Rakdos Shadow, feel free to stick around, share some love from the channel. As always, dropping a couple links in chat, Twitter, in case you want to know when a live stream's happening. That's the first place it gets updated. YouTube, if you want to check out any of the YouTube leagues like this or any of the others. Discord, in case you want to come join the Control Freak Discord, talk all things Mono Green Stompy or any other decks across any archetypes. Or what I have been doing a lot of with people in the Discord recently is if you're interested in getting started in content creation, if you want to like get tips on YouTube or setting up a stream or whatever, then come join the Discord. Love to have you. Love to talk ideas there. Because we have helped a couple of people get involved with the content creator program. So maybe that's something you're interested in doing and you want a network opportunity to see that through. There's a chance for you. Other than that, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your evening. Thanks always for coming and hanging out. Appreciate all the new follows, new and returning subscribers. I will catch y'all back live sometime between now and the end of the week, as long as the hurricanes don't hit. Adios for now.